Alrighty. Wait, I don't think I turned off. No, I did turn them on. Cool. So that should be everything. Ready to go. Keyword there being should be. Everything seems to be working. So that means it's probably working. My phone's being dumb again, but my phone's always dumb. I wouldn't even have this issue if charging cables weren't even dumber than the phone is. Okay. So, in the last stream, for anyone who may not have seen it, I got Dark Knight to 60 as well. I'm at the point now where I'm like, I kind of want a melee DPS, or at least something that pretends to be a melee DPS, but there's none of these that really appeal to me that I can actually have, so... eh? Like, I was thinking maybe Samurai, but that would just take way too long, and I've already dumped a bunch of Samurai gear that I'm like, I'll probably never use it, so... yeah. Let's... carry on with story. Let's jump right into it today. I also have some equipment in my just regular inventory because I was like, I want to just clear out like these categories, so I just have a few of my accessories in my inventory proper. I still really wish there was more inventory space. Like, the amount of inventory space we've got really gives the feel that this game was, you know, built on old MMO practices, not new ones. Like, it really feels like, especially hearing that, like, on the main thing, you hire retainers, which I don't even know how that works. It's probably a case of, you can probably hire one or two with Gil, and then the rest you have to hire with, you know, actually buying them. It just feels like inconveniences made for the sake of getting money out of the player base. This is far from the first MMO to ever do that. So, you know, don't take it as I'm just crapping on the game to crap on the game. But at the same time, like, you know, hey man, you're gonna tell me to go inside, right? Come at an excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Sir Emic de Borrow, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House of Borrow. Thank you for following, Finley Summer. Ah, you're one of those. How about, as much as I appreciate the follow, actually, I'll just do it this way. You'll be timed out. None of that. None of that in my chat. Pretty sure it's a bot, especially with how fast those messages come through, but, you know. Yeah, I'll accept the dinner invitation. I'll wear my armor. I'm going to a dinner. Now, where do I go? It's way over there. More of this city being simply far too big. Do 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 do. I'm privileged to serve as head steward. Staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families. It's what am I doing? Alright, this was the thing of he wanted to repay me and wanted to give me dinner. My man, I'm sorry, you're not my type.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the Horn.
This is literally just like a story recap. Is that what's going on here? Because that's kind of what this feels like. Bit of a story recap.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Oh boy, I'm gonna get poisoned again. Oh, I'm not gonna get poisoned again. My character has learned her lesson. She's not just taking random drinks anymore. Now he's gonna get poisoned. Or not. Or yes.
Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Perhaps a bit long. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. This expansion has been quite long.
Aye. Not unlike the journey that Ishgard has at last embarked upon, thanks to the efforts of you and yours. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past.
Yeah, good luck trying to teach racists to not be racist.
Achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you.
And who would have thought they wouldn't get along? The rich and poor rarely do. And poisoned.
May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Continue the story.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Oh man. Alfie's sister.
Every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Maybe we should be like hurrying. I mean, I doubt the person's actually gonna die, but like, feels like we should be hurrying. Two steps cutscene. 2 steps cutscene.
Yes.
That's not a good microphone she's using.
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. It was only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood.
So now we're gonna go find an
We
antivenom.
came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous.
Nose. Stop.
For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Wait, don't go. Please, come closer. The warriors of darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Oh, man. Well, it wasn't us that got poisoned, but poison was still involved. Oh boy, more food items to just take up inventory space. This one. This will lead to a dungeon. Wouldn't be so bad if food just perpetually stacked like its XP properties. I mean, you kind of need me there, my guy. Like... I mean, we've been there before. Pretty sure. I could just fast travel. Like... pretty sure we could just fast travel there. But what do I know? I mean, we can fast travel to there. You know, let's hop to Paladin. I had all these sorted. Oh, hey, I can wear those on here, too. So I'm going to be the dumbest looking Paladin in the land. Paladin! Okay. Let's see. Do I have... Okay, those are 145. I have in here somewhere... Somewhere. A coffer for other paladin stuff. Oh no, it's this. That's 142. Yeah, okay. Stuff I've got on is already better. I did get a new shield at some point, though. Totally a paladin. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is obviously paladin attire. Only got it by a score of his ally warriors. All right, Dave can fly here. What's up, man? Yeah, too bad the gods aren't good. They're never good. Gods don't like being good. Tell gods to be good, and they say no. Flood the earth. Let us go. I mean, haven't we been to where Garuda is summoned before? Like... Wait, it just occurred to me. Hold on. Actions and traits. Ah, it's that. Okay, I was looking for grit. I was like, wait, am I missing something here? Yeah, I'm actually now just thinking of like a conversation I was having with someone about this game a few days ago at this point, where basically I was making mention of how like Yeah, there's just a lot of these buttons that they could really just make a single button press. Like, they don't need it to be 3 different buttons or 2 different buttons. And honestly, I feel like the Paladin here can be used as a pretty good example of that. Though basically every tank probably could be, because I'm pretty sure they all have the same 1-2-3 combo. Which, you know, is called the 1-2-3 combo because it's generally put on 1-2-3. Because, you know. And then you'll have your AoEs. Like, I'm never not going to be using both of these AoEs unless I accidentally did that. I meant that. I don't even know what I used. Like, the only time I'm not going to be using both of these is if the enemies died. You know. If I'm using one, I'm probably going to use the other one. So, realistically, they could easily just be the same skill, just the way this one works, of you activate the first one and then it changes to a different skill and you use the other skill. Like... The fact that my Paladin puts more damage than my Red Mage is just sad. Especially in AoE situations. Because, like, I have no cast times to contend with. I just have the global cooldown. And similar, but I actually believe better potencies. So, you know. DPS-wise, I'm just kind of better. Whoops. It is also very much a case of, like, I understand tank class. Damage mitigation's the name of the game. Oh, man. Gotta ban someone. I don't even know if their message even showed up in the chat. No, it didn't. Twitch actually restricted their message for a change. It's great. But, like, there really isn't a great reason why there needs to be so many skills that do effectively the exact same thing. I mean, like, you know, these, I get one is just, you know, base, the other is Paladin exclusive, but, like, still... they're the same skill. All things considered, they are the exact same skill. much like... It is very much a case of... And like... Alright. I'm gonna say this knowing full well that basically the response I would get is, well, you know... They do it this way so you can't just spam your damage mitigations. It's like, yeah, but they still kind of set them up so you have to kind of rotate through them. So how about instead of just having a bunch of different ones with different recast timers, just have one, or maybe two, with, you know, reasonable recast timer to accomplish the same goal on fewer buttons. Like, button creep is very much a thing with MMOs. And it's not a bad thing to reduce the amount of buttons used. Especially because reducing the amount of buttons tends to increase skill requirements. I mean, like, think of it this way. With the amount of damage mitigations I have now, I can almost keep one running permanently. I don't have to think about it. I can just more or less keep them running. Meanwhile, if I had fewer with different cooldowns so that I could, you know, it's still set up so you'd have them when you need them, but you can't just keep them running all the time. Well, then I'd have to actually think about when to use them. Thus adding some level of challenge. But that is kind of just another of those things of, I have literally seen people talking about how, you know, there being so many skills in 14 is a good thing, actually. And, you know... What is this one? Why can I never use it? Wait, that's the... Okay, I understand now. Oops. That's what this turns into. I don't need that down there. God, give me loot. Give me loot. Yeah, I don't need that at all. Let's just get that off the bar. I mean, like... It is... voice crack. It is all well and good to have more skills when it actually makes sense. But, like, when you have skills you've designed purely for use in that super niche scenario... I suppose I should have this kicking around. Though that has the global recast timer, so it's not all that useful. Yeah, it's on the global. Like, interject. Or, you know... shirk. Those are both very niche things. that are probably never really gonna come up. And if they have come up, I mean, something's gone wrong. I mean, it's a case of, like, call me crazy here, but, like, if an enemy is doing an attack that they have to charge up, well, that's just time that they're not actively dealing damage. Why would I want to stop them from not actively dealing damage? Especially when that attack can just be avoided. Like, interject does nothing to bosses. I've tried. Like, there might be some boss somewhere that it does something against, but I'm not going to know that because I've given up trying. Because it's never done anything. I keep scrolling the wrong way trying to move the camera. Purely because of, oh, I should have not been standing right where I was. Oh well. Yeah, more or less just talking about skill bloat in general. And some skills just kind of feeling pointless. Because I had, to fill in the context of what I've been rambling about, I had a conversation with the person I know in person that plays a lot of 14. Basically, that was fast. Like, basically about the skills in this game. And they're very much one of the people that goes on about all the skills being a great thing. And they were actually talking about, because I'd made mention about fight or flight giving access to the other skill behind it now. So I don't need 2 buttons for that. It's like, in my mind, that's a good thing. That's reducing button bloat. And they were going on and on about how it's such a good thing. And I'm like, but so many of these skills are either niche scenario or pointless. Like, ow. Yeah, I don't... There's gotta be some tell to that I'm just not seeing. But, like, an example here of, like, button bloat that doesn't really serve a purpose. Why is this 3 different skills? Like, I'm pretty sure I've questioned that before. Like... Like, you're using them in order anyway, so why are they different skills? Why are they not just the same skill you press 3 times? You're using them in order anyway. You can't use them until you're high enough level to use the next. The game knows what level you are, you know. They're all on a global cooldown with no cost to them anyway. Whoops. Really, the only purpose to them seems to be for when people do what I just did and press the wrong one by accident. Like... Ah, I didn't notice that. Like, I've got nothing against MMOs with a lot of skills. I just want those skills to serve a purpose. That's, you know, to be there for a reason other than just to say, hey, we've got a lot of skills. Like, an example would be like Star Trek Online. There is a ton of skills you will be using in space combat. Not so many on the ground, but in space you're going to be using a metric ton of skills. They all have a very distinct purpose. They all matter. And very few of them are for niche scenarios. And the ones that are have other purposes that also make them useful outside of those niche scenarios. At that point, I'm thinking about things like Science Team. Science Team clears science-inflicted debuffs. Well, it also just simply recovers your shield HP. So if you have no debuffs to clear, you can still use the skill. It still does something productive for you. And yeah, I know I should be using Shield Lob more. And what I'm doing is working for now. I mean, just running with the AI. It's not like it matters too much. But doesn't Shield Lob only really give the aggro from the target I'm hitting? Same with everything else? Or does it actually affect everything? Yeah, seems like it only affects the thing I'm hitting. Meanwhile, like, here, it is very much a case of, like, you know, low blow. When am I gonna really be using that? Interject. When am I, like... Again, like, I could have probably just used it to interrupt this guy from doing what he was doing, but... To be fair, if the AI had have moved, it could have just probably evaded most of that damage. That way they wouldn't have been all together. Like, the times I've seen it where I'm like, that would be a good time to use a stunning skill. Like, the target's immune. And I have no indication of when they aren't immune, so... I mean, like, stopping him from doing that would be great, but he's immune, so... Didn't get that used quite in time. I mean, I suppose it's basically just a case of, like, a lot of the times I've at least heard of times of use for the stunning skills. Basically fall into the same sort of camp as, like, when I've heard that this person that plays this game that I know personally, talk about when, like, to use sleep and stuff on the mages. And it's like, basically it's to save your healer from having to heal. Like, that's what your plan is. And I'm not saying there's no scenario it's useful, it's just they've never been obvious if I've even encountered any. Like... I'll have to take a look at that and see if that's maybe better than what I'm wearing.
So they
Probably
were
not.
unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The Knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the Primal without us.
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. It was they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Sure we can.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you. If you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
I mean, my man, you only even got to kick us around because of
While you
cutscene
were idly consorting with
protections.
the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering, and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far.
By all logic, that's kind of impossible.
Our home were no match, and they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
Get me out of a cutscene, you know. I'll kick your ass.
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Are you sure about that? Alright, that's worse than what I'm wearing. Oh boy. More useless orchestral stuff. Thing is, this probably looks far less. Yeah, I don't have either of those things, so nor do I have any interest in either of those things. They're just useless to me. I can't even do anything with them other than discard them because free trial account. Like, I'm definitely a bit weird when it comes to MMO players, because I really, like, I don't care about looking, you know, fancy and all this crap honestly, I just want to look like a paladin while playing my paladin at the moment. But like, I don't really care about player-owned housing and all this stuff.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. They told me you had departed for Zelfatol while I was still abed. I slept much better knowing that. Thank you.
I take it your mission was a success.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
The Ascians
Yes,
being quite
exactly.
Ascians.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes.
Oh man.
If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelfatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alizé, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute! I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Because everyone needs a change of outfit. Alright, Alphys, what's up? Let's go with the top answer. I don't remember anything about anything else, so... Stretch. It's kind of a bit of a problem with, like, how this story has been so far. Like... It's very much a case of... It hasn't been memorable enough for me to really remember much of anything outside of the moments that annoyed me. Oh boy, this is the one I need to make this trip for. Oh, my man, couldn't you move somewhere that I can fast travel to? That would be really convenient. Let's go, Dave. It's like, and also the whole thing of me taking like over a year off of even playing this game, period. Just like, yeah, I don't really remember much. I would probably remember more if I had just kept playing back then, but... Lord of Craigs is neareth his return. We know she knows more. Except we don't know. Which is always mildly annoying when your own character knows less than you as the player do. Wait, I can just fast travel. Bloody brilliant, Tom. Yeah, they get kobolds trying to steal their stuff. Now, wherever this kobold is, it's probably going to be somewhere annoying to find, isn't it? Yeah, come here, Dave. There we go. It gasps. And it gasps. Okay, I can fly no higher, so it can't be up there. But it is up. Oh, there it is. If you want to talk, just talk. Stop making me run all over hell and creation. Jesus. Talk, you little shit. Talk! Or I'll boot you off the cliff. Oh, man. Struggles to meet our gaze. Go to the first cache. That's not far. I have to sneeze. About time that sneeze came. I'm infiltrating so good. So good, in fact, the kobolds just don't even care I'm here. Or are they actually gonna start caring now? So where are we putting all these crystals? Like, there's a lot of crystals we're taking. Doesn't look like any crystals here. Oh man, it was a whole 2 crystals. Those boxes looked like they held a lot more than 2, but... you know. Let's go, Dave. I can't go. Gotta go this way. Gotta make me go through their whole maze. This way. There's no telling. I mean, he has a point. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think Titan's too happy with y'all. Hello, Golden Coin. I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Boy, do I get to now fight Titan again? Let's see. What quest am I on? Nah, doesn't look like I actually fight Titan again. That is fair. Okay, I guess I do fight Titan again. Ah, I gotta do the naval hard. That sentence is gonna get cropped someday. Pretty sure I've... Oh no, it's that one I did. I think I have actually done this one before. I don't know though. Do I want to sign up for this as the tank? It's not like I have much other option, so... And hey, maybe I'll get a faster queue. Maybe. It's unlikely, but it might happen. You never know. Of the 71 parties currently recruiting, all matched by search conditions. Okay, so why am I sitting here? Are they all tanks? Hey, it's going. I still really need a new paladin sword, but that's really about it. And I may get one eventually. You know, if I'm gonna look dumb anyway, let me Let's withdraw from that. That is fair. It is very standard MMO. So if you've played any MMO, you kind of have an idea of what you're looking at, but at the same time, I can understand it looking a bit confusing. I do have to use the washroom really quick, so I should go and do that before I queue up again. I would just queue and then go, because this might take a hot minute, but that's also part of the problem. So it may pop really quickly. So I'll be back in a second. Alrighty, I'm back. I also just came to a completely unrelated realization that I could actually cut back on coffee. I have a way of doing it at the moment. I probably should. So I mean, like, this is like my 3rd cup today. It's a little too much coffee. But like, my biggest issue I've always had on cutting back on coffee is, like, just drinking water does not do it for me. Like, I never feel like my thirst is quenched if I drink just water. But we have a lot of, like, flavor boosters for water right now. Plus, I have caffeinated soft drinks like I could use to ease off of caffeine with. Though, I mean, let's be real. I have just cold turkey quit coffee before. Like, okay, everyone's coming over here. I will come over here. Ah, the other tank must have not turned on their grit. Or grit equivalent. I don't like this arena. It is really hard for me to see where I should not be here. Yeah, that's the right way to zoom out. Or if I don't want to wake up Titan. Or if I want to go back to bed. Someone died? Someone died again. Already seen those cutscenes. Yeah, that was be junk I do not need. Back to the camp. But yeah, I have literally in the past gone from drinking like a pot and a half of coffee a day, like a 12-cup pot of coffee a day, to just nothing. And had nothing happen. Like... My body is definitely strange. Yeah, it really is no wonder that the kobolds cannot get along well with pirates. But, you know. If I don't want to stay the night.
Who goes there? Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever.
You know, it is very much a case of I do, and I know I've made mention of this a few times. Like, I do have issue with the whole premise of like, that one world was completely overtaken by light. Like, that's impossible. Logically impossible. Like, so it ain't light then.
I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Yeah, I'll go with that one. May as well talk of the missing and dead.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
And that feels like another endpoint, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, there's still 4 more quests to this, this patch chain.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say! It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
You know, I didn't vocalize it, but I was gonna be like, oh, hi, Urianger. Like, when he was first introduced. Can they stop doing the obvious things, please? Good lord. Oh boy, look for people again! Yay! My favorite thing to do. Here we go. Yo, what up? There, he spoke. When I hear a Moogle, I don't trust Moogles. I will never trust Moogles. Oh, we're going back there. When did they mention we were going back there? It's almost as if it couldn't be... Who could have guessed that the guy who refused to join us at the new base of operation we've seen consorting with Ascians would be working with the Ascians and the bad guys? Who could have seen that coming? Oh, man. You know, I can't help but feel a lot of this would be solved if she would just speak up. Oh, man. If she would just speak up. Maybe because she's seen him dealing with the Asians, that might be why. And she's just not saying anything because reasons, I guess. Yo, what up? And that'll probably be somebody on the upper level. Yes. Glad I can fly. Alrighty. So I get the feeling we're about to be reunited with the other two that we haven't seen in a while. What's up, my man? That seems pretty far. God, I always struggle to find my way out of this bloody place. Can I go out here? Yes. It's... What we got going on?
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight.
I think there's only one faction that really is after profit, but you know.
They have imprisoned us, they have enslaved us, and they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means.
I can only imagine how moist his like hood would be around the chin. Anyone who's ever worn a mask knows exactly why I say that. That amount of talking in a mask with no vent holes around the mouth, there's gonna be condensation dripping down all over him.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Well, we have found our friends again. You guys couldn't have been closer to the door. Cutscene into 2 steps cutscene. It's gonna express how glad he is to see them. Hey, he's gonna summon a primal. Boy, more single slot food items to take up space. Good lord. Oh boy, more clothing. Please tell me I don't actually need to change. Yeah, I'll just fly. I do definitely need to, let's see. Let's eat this one. Really feel like I should not eat something like this just willy-nilly, but let's eat that. Munch that down. This. Just eat all the food. And these moved over here. There's a little bit of space back. We got more food right here. You know, let's eat that too. We're pretty well fed. We just ate like 5 meals. I really wish the experience gain stacked. So like, I would now just have like 2.5 hours of 3% more experience. I really have to... God damn it. More junk. Yeah, I totally look poor. Totally.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you
So,
gone completely mad?
you got them to summon a primal.
When people find out you helped the lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
Except you kind of are. That's the thing.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences.
You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida.
When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
So, you know, how did me dressing like this solve anything? Like, surely... Surely my helmet, gloves, leggings, sword still would have given me away. Oh boy, more food. I'll take this one, I guess. Here, Dave. Here's a way in. I do not like this place. It's so just maze-like. I don't like it. Oh, man. Hey, this will just be a fight. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it as a Dark Knight. Oh, it's just a bunch of cutscenes. Or there is a fight. Okay. Supplies to be set aside a sizable amount of time. Yeah, I've kind of done that. I'm good for a while.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncles! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice. Unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
Let's finish this.
Indeed. Let us kill the warriors of darkness. Here, thank you, Red. Let me help you out here, my man.
There's no escape.
He's still invulnerable. Yeah. Nah, they have limits. Are you? Yeah, maybe.
It ends now.
That was a lot of mouth movement for 3 words.
What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady.
Epic pose.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop.
No, you won't.
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. ready! They come!
Yeah, I don't know what they mean by that. Like, I can probably take the hit. Yeah, I wonder if I can, no. Okay. Man, this stuff is so much easier when playing a tank. They're literally all down, guys. Aether is welling up inside of me. Rude. Sir, I am trying to kill your friend. Yeah. Sir, I am trying to kill your friend. There we go. You may want to just get on it. They've charged a fair bit.
No, not like this.
We did it. Man, playing through those cutscenes as a... these cutscene fights as a tank, it just really hammers home this could just have been a cutscene. Probably would have had more tension if it was a cutscene.
Alize, are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank...
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
We've killed multiple Ascians.
Wait!
Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
By destroying another? It's not saving a world. That's trading.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
We're just letting them do this?
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia!
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiac's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
She's not gone forever. She'll be back.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal? and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land. Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydalin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers.
That looks
Thus
so
do I entrust
kit bashed.
to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them.
You're literally talking to a Dark Knight, my man, who is the warrior of light. That's kind of the epitome of that.
So please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Yeah, and that's basically the game absolutely confirming that, yeah, she'll be back.
Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
Oh, she'll be back. Oh boy. More things I'm just never going to be using. Okay, so where do I go now? Okay, just over there. So far. We found the Warrior's Darkness, and Uriandra was pretending to be evil. Minfilia is a crystal now. Oh boy, a plot point that I really don't care too much about. And now... Oh yeah, Revenant's Toll. Good. I don't need to make the whole trip to frickin' Riendra's hut. It's the end of the 3.4 quests. I then have 3.5 and 3.56, which at least both of those aren't terribly long.
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in
He has
this manner,
become a
as
planeteer.
individuals driven
He
by
is the Ring of
individual
Heart.
principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Yay, 3 toddlers now.
Riendra's, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. It would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
You know, patch 3.5, that's what.
Indeed.
One of me sodas. I was kind of hoping there'd be more to be said after that.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Well, I don't think you see much of anything other than Aether, but I suppose she hasn't revealed that to everybody yet. We only know that because cutscene, so. And cutscene into cutscene. So much cutscene. They could have just had this be one big scene.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life... My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
I mean, it was given to me, but sure. Tiny staff for the tiny man.
Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Giving him balls! Oh, it's Nidhogg's eyes. Well, at least it wasn't the Moogles. I will grant at least that much. At least it wasn't Moogles. Oh hey, it's Villain Dude. Gotta love when Villain Dude shows up. So now I've got 9 more quests to do. And these are probably gonna take a while. That's just to the north out of here, right? Yeah. Man. The glasses are not sitting well on my face today. Really could use at some point getting my own glasses, but that's expensive, man. Also, I'd had the thought of, like, basically getting another DPS class going. Mostly just because I was told I probably wouldn't like them, of trying the Dancer. But that's expansion after Stormblood, so I can't do it, even though it starts at level 60, and would be really convenient if I could make one right now. But, you know. Won't be until they raise the level cap again from 70 to 80 that I'll be able to do that. Yo, what up?
Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Urianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as Commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now. A soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, If there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Lim-Sulaminsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive.
I guess we go back to
You will be our
Ishgard.
voice in Ishgard.
Yeah.
Explain the situation to Sir Emeric and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Okay. Back to Ishgard. Again. And will be its envoy based on the title of the next quest. If only the people here could actually do things for themselves. That'd be nice. Oh hey, he missing. I love how you can decline. Just like, no, I don't want to finish the quest yet. Yeah, I mean, I was already told to go there. I could have just gone there and spoke to you there. I would have made the most sense, but, you know, gotta add more padding in here. It could just teleported me straight there. Yeah, that... Gotta have more padding, though. And, like, I do get why MMOs do this, but man... Does at the very least these first few expansions have a lot of padding. Like, too much padding. I really do hope that the later expansions have less padding. At least the game acknowledges that it's, Oh, I can just... It's literally where I just was. I'm just gonna fly over. You know, the game wants to waste my time, I'll waste time. Like... I know it would be a lot of work, but like... Oh man, I'll see a familiar face. I don't care. Oh man, he's in charge down here. Cool. Little surprised. And now, teleportation! Poof. It is rather amusing to me, just how much the teleportation in this game kind of messes with everything. Because, like, surely the Empire could literally just teleport into the middle of the city. Like, surely they have people who are capable of it. Oh boy, more single foods. Right, I still have this here because, you know, old skill that is now gone.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer.
Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
And that's probably his
At the
plan.
Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
I mean, I am in the camp. Oh, they're going to continue cutscening. But I do question how quickly they could actually retake the wall.
And its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Because, like, I agree it would probably be hopeless for a small resistance force to hold the wall. You know, this wall in question. But moving and deploying an army takes time. Like, considering, you know, if we consider the Imperials would not be, you know, thinking they're going to be attacked, because what fools would attack them? Like, they wouldn't be ready to instantly deploy to retake the wall if it came under sudden attack. It would probably take them a good 2 weeks to a month being more realistic, to muster a force to go and reclaim that area if they themselves were not already prepared to deploy an army at that point in time. And if the Imperials are already prepared to deploy an army, then readying for war is what the Eorzean Alliance should have already been doing, and they should have already known that army was being deployed. You don't just not counter-deploy. If your enemy deploys, you deploy opposing them. I love how in a bit of a backhanded way, little Alfie's there basically just said the main character is not an adult because we don't tend to say much. You know, we speak in simples. Oh boy. Another thing to fill my inventory. I do have to use the washroom again. So I should probably get on that once I get inside here. Or I suppose I'll be waiting on that. Cutscene. You know, guys, there's someone literally here that would serve perfect for that role, you know. She's standing right there. Like... To a hut I go! Yo, what up, Alfies? Poor toddler. I forget, can I... Yeah, I can fly here. Yeah. I'm not coming up here. Where? Oh, the bottom of the tower. And I'll probably be told, hey, go to the top. Because that just seems to be how these quests tend to work. Are we going to cutscene up to the top, or do I have to now walk up to the top? Okay, we have cutscenes to the top. Not so quiet now. Yeah, they think we're invading, so what we must do is get to the wall. Invade. Yeah, that ain't gonna work, my man. This is very much a case. I just need to head straight. I do need to use the washroom. But before I go, this is very much a case of... Okay, it's all well and good. He wants to free Alamigo. That's great. Great idea. The main Eorzean alliance is unsure if they can handle the Empire, which means they probably can't. Which means when the Eorzean alliance is defeated, now Alamigo has absolutely no support whatsoever and will just simply fall again. And after it is revealed by members of the grand companies, after they've been captured and interrogated, that this actually wasn't even their plan, they didn't even know that that this was entirely the Alamigan resistance, the people of Alamigo will be probably eradicated and it'll cease to exist. So good job. You've just doomed your people. Like, good job, man. Yeah, I have to use the washroom, so I shall be right back. Alrighty. I'd return. Yeah, like, I just... It's kind of the problem with resistance fighters when what they're doing for resistance fighting is not actually productive. Ooh, far away. So who's my NPC buddies? Just a bunch of scions. I am one item level higher than... Good lord. Okay, no, I need to... So the game, through other thing, there is this, 225. That's 240. That is considerably higher. Okay, my red mage is a bit higher as well, so I could have swapped to red mage to do it. But... that's... yeah, almost would not be able to do this. Okay, if I can replace this ring... Do I have a ring of fending in here anywhere? I do. Oh, there's that ring replaced. Now it's 238. May as well equip that here as well. Because I still don't have a new sword yet. Paladin's a little behind. Funnily enough, I think the Paladin is still my strongest class. Because, like, this is literally, like, 100 to 120 or 170. This is 120 to 220. And this is 120 to 140, but also increasing MP. And has another combo action. Or no, that's with that. Okay. So, like, yeah. 150, 240, 320. 150, 260, 360. Yeah, I think my Paladin is just kind of my strongest overall. In terms of just potency on attacks. Which is kind of funny to me. Because, you know, really this should be. Let's see. That's dexterity. That doesn't matter to me at all. I think my red mage should, in all reality, easily be out-damaging the others. But, like, the cast time to then still dealing with the global cooldown, and it's like, I'm not seeing how this is a DPS more than anything. Like, it's very much a case of, this I understand is a tank. I get it. The red mage is not feeling like a DPS. It just simply doesn't deal the damage. Like, oh god, this is Paladin. May as well. Been playing Dark Knight for a bit. I'm gonna try to, as I go through Stormblood, cycle through my classes a little bit to try to keep them all, like, leveling. Bell says war. We are officially invading now. Because it's not like we're here on some diplomatic mission. Like... we are just invading now. Right, I should really have done this before. Wait, get over here too. And, like, I do get that, you know, at least when it comes to, Why am I unable to do attack? Like, I do get that, like, the red mage is seen of as, like, healer. Like, the red mage is seen of as more healer than DPS. But that, I feel, is just all the more reason why the red mage should not be a DPS class. And, like, it is more or less shown to be not as, you know, presumably anyway, not as good of DPS as other DPSs, so as don't get it. Especially where, just of the two tanks I've played, the Paladin definitely deals more damage. Though, I will admit, that does ironically come at the ability to heal less. And with a worse survival skill. Like, Hollowed Ground has... what did I miss? Oh. Did not realize an identification key dropped. Like, of all of the invulnerability skills, it does kind of feel like the Paladin's is the worst, just due to being used less. Like, it's a good skill, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a bad skill, just it is heavily situational because of its long cooldown. I mean, like, immunity to damage is good. But the cooldown on that immunity to damage is not good. Okay, I get the feeling this may... Maybe a dungeon without loot? Maybe? Though I suppose I'm barely through it, so... Yeah, I'll just leave them for clearing out the little ads. I'll just keep working away at the boss. Pretty simple boss, I gotta admit. Oh, there is treasure here. Okay. Boots of healing, a bracelet of casting. 2 things I do not need. I also need no filibusters. Yeah, those aren't even high enough level to be useful for anything. Decide now? I know. Central. More little guys. Oops. Ooh, treasure coffin. I didn't even notice it. Back to the other side, or are we finally gonna get across? Now. Like we're finally going. Definitely dangerous. I'll be the judge of that. Okay, they're all... I think they all looked away from it. I don't know if they actually did or not. I don't know the proper procedure there. What am I missing? I don't get it. Okay, you just stand there doing nothing. And because I was slightly still moving, that was the problem. Okay. I think I get it. I mean, I kind of don't, but at the same time, I think I kind of do. Okay. I hit the 2 button. Thank you, game. Can you imagine being the random dinguses that had to stand around the Magitech gunship and Magitech armor? It's just like, yeah, I'm random dingus number 5 with a spear. I'm totally just as effective as this Magitech suit. This Magitech gunship. Totally just as effective. Keep scrolling the wrong ways. Because, like, okay, maybe I'm weird for this one, but, like, how EVE Online does scrolling just makes so much more sense than most other games. Like here, you scroll out to zoom in and scroll in to zoom out. Like, at least that's how I would describe it. Like you push away from your hand to zoom in and pull away, pull into your hand to zoom out. It's like, I'd rather pull into my hand to zoom in. I'm pulling in. Pulling the camera towards myself. But that does not appear to be how people think. The enemy's here. I hear you. I'm getting a drink. I hear them enemying away up here. Oh, it's because they're not enemies enemying. Treasure coffer. More things I'll probably never use. It is a little weird to me, and I get the feeling that changes eventually. Of just like how much MP regen the Paladin has compared to how much it uses. Like the only time I'm ever using any of my MP is when shit's going wrong. So like, I don't get it. Hey, man. I'm supposed to remember who this is? Because I don't.
How'd you like these? Sloppy. I'll tear you limb from limb.
Ugh, excuse me. Yeah, you fully resist stun. So.
How'd you like these?
There must have been another spot to stand that the little black mage was trying to stand. I know he's saying sloppy, but it honestly kind of sounds like he's saying floppy. And he's down. Treasure.
You've beaten me, aye.
No, I beat you, not your eye.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
And we just stand here and watch them die. You know, like the good hero we are.
Gods help us. What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
Maybe you shouldn't have announced yourself before trying to punch him. Or, you know, the mage could do something. One of the two mages.
My longing, you shall have it all!
His face totally says he was shouting that. Good job, man. Well done to the toddlers for not doing anything. Yes, I'm counting Alfie's in that.
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Timtimati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works! It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Yeah, I'm sure we could. I wonder what happens here. I probably also just get forced to leave. Yeah.
I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Yobs. He'll be back. Like, it's one of those cases of, like, I honestly don't ever believe any of these characters properly die, except for when they randomly add them. I'll probably eventually be proven wrong, but... he'll be back. They always are. I believe that is... yeah, it's the end of 3.5. Now on to 3.56. 4 more quests. Yeah, we're just gonna forget about Minfilia's quote-unquote mother. Like, I feel like she's just been absent completely. Oh, man. Oh, man, a samurai.
If you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, Takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good gods, man. Are you all right?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Off to New Gradania I go again. Do 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 do. We appear to be late.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
So we get to kick Bahamut's ass.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
So we get a really big guy, just throw me at it. That'll solve the problem. Just get a chuckster.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
A bad guy from the Empire.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No. But my character's gonna say yes. That works.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Carteneau and take command of Omega. Cid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
So in other words, I get to go and babysit.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Carteneau being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
I honestly think I'm just going to keep my stream going today until I finish getting through all of this stuff. I'm so close to the end. So close. Three quests left. Where am I going? Over there. Okay. Because, you know, of course I can't just go straight to where I need to go, and they need to send me on Wild Goose Chase first, before I get to go where I need to go. It'd be way too easy to just send me directly there. Down? No. Where am I going? I think it is down. Maybe. Yes. Yo, what up? Yeah, I'm ready to go. Yeah, this is kind of the one point I agree with the villain. Can we just get on with it? Like, this has been like, what, 3 streams of... Yeah, I could have just fast traveled. Now... Probably would have been just about as fast to just fly, but... I'm literally, I just have in my head at this moment just padding, 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 padding. I just get on with it. Like, this does not need to be so freaking long. We know what we need to do. Let's just go do it. Makes the most sense.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly, but now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
But we should tell him that that guy standing there in the fancy coat is an Empire dude. Oh boy. Proper introduction to glamour outfits? Oh, it's actual, like, just armor. I guess I'll be shoving that in my chocobo's bag. Okay, there is no gloves to it, I guess, or were they just somewhere else? I don't see any non-already equipped. Non-enchanted gear. I believe that to be everything. Yes, there's only the 4 things. Okay. Two more quests to go. Okay. Gotta run back. Come here, Dave. Well, I say run. Fly, but still. So close. Almost to the end of Heavensward. Almost.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
We have no healer.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Well, it's a good thing I'm still Paladin. Wrong button. Didn't matter. Numbers don't really mean much, my man. I love how all this is happening as if he wasn't virtually alone by the end of that. Like, man, love cutscene fights. This one's more you literally can't lose than most. Like, yeah. Oh, I thought he'd use the other attack.
Leave this to me.
I think I have probably seen the last of you. Maybe. You're running the wrong way. Your men ran the other way. You're going the wrong way. Yes.
Stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
Good old gesture-based computing.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think?
What do you think, Ida?
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Button brakes can never be unpressed.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
And everyone around there is now dead. Yeah, the thing is seeming wholly ineffective so far. We need where's the blue beetle when you need him? Like, probably getting canceled by DC for like the 8th time. That's probably where, you know. Triangles. God, I hope somebody has a dub of that part of the cutscene with Pearl's Booyah from the Octa expansion dubbed over it.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered the malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Where to now, Sid, my boy? Oh, I just get to fast travel to where I need to be. Wow. Kind of. Final quest. Until the beginning of Stormblood. Okay, I might get through this in a roughly 5.5 hour stream, assuming this last quest only takes 11 minutes. Which is wild to say. This quest that doesn't appear to be part of a dungeon in the slightest, if it only takes 11 minutes. I'm still just gonna keep going until I finish the quest, but still. This has been such a long freaking... host game to the expansion. At least from having looked ahead at number of quests, it seems like the later expansion, like Stormblood, does not have as much post to it, which is nice. Like, I've nothing against a lot of post-game stuff, but like, when you add more content after it, it should probably get trimmed down a little bit, so it feels a bit less like padding. Okay, now what? More teleportation! Interrupted my music.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
Yeah, it kind of flooded. The whole area was flooded based on the cutscene, including over here.
A nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
I don't know, it seemed pretty tame to me, but I mean, we've seen Empire battleships with that same level of firepower.
In the midst of all this, have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Yeah, the other option would just be being a dick, so there's no way I'm gonna say that.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Well, we're all one step closer. Based on the story, we now hold the wall.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
So I guess that's where I'm going next. Credits again! So I suppose that brings me to the end of this. Again. I'll grant they have now done at least one thing I wasn't expecting. You know, the whole, Yida was dead the whole time kind of thing. That's really about it. 4 voice actors per character. That's just funny to me. I know it's probably like different languages as well, but still like... And I get the feeling, if I understood things right from talking with people before, their voices are going to go back to A Realm Reborn voices, Stormblood. Which is probably going to be very awkward if there's any voiced side quests that I haven't done. But... Now just wait for credits. Though, there's not going to be anything to the credits. Hold on, there will be a cutscene after them. That's usually what they do if there is anything. If there was anything at the end of the credits there and anyone's watching this in VOD later and it's something I should know, let me know. I just don't want to sit through credits again. Okay. You know, they really could add this voice acted too. But, you know. There we go. That's the beginning of Stormblood. I will leave that until next time I'm streaming this, which may not be Saturday. Yeah, it's Thursday now, right? It is, yes. I can day. My brain is frizzled. That's gonna be it for this one. I will say, if any of y'all enjoy my general style of content, which I know I have not actually been talking a huge amount through this, it's not usually a lot to say about 14. I do a daily Animal Crossing New Horizons series, which you can watch at 6 p.m. Atlantic every single day, meaning an episode is going live in about 13 minutes. 12 minutes. Ish. Yeah, 12. More than 12. I don't know. Time. I can brain. I have an extra video series, which is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, which is currently Tulip until that series is over. I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Extra videos and streams go live at noon Atlantic, so roughly 5 hours and 40 minutes ago. With all that said, I thank you all very much for watching, and hopefully I shall see you back here for whatever I see you in next. See you then.